Hey, Kano. I'm doing good. I'm kind of like feeling a little bit eepy, but that's because I just finished. I had just eaten, and I'm full, so I'm like ready to hit the food coma. My cats look like they're ready to go into a food coma as well. You ate so well, didn't you, kitty? So, how about you? How are you, Kano? You're playing Minecraft? How is it? Hey, Chin. Kind of boring for now. For now. Close. We'll get into it. We'll get into it. Hey yos, I'm running until I reach 15k blocks so I can look for a place to build a house. Huh? You're trying to hit the edge of the world or something? Also, hello Shin. I'm doing a little bit tired. I had a lot of food, so I'm like feeling the food coma coming soon. How are you? Ah, the bear diet. Yes, exactly. Have we hit the? Have you got the ad break yet? I can't. I didn't. I wasn't paying attention to the ad thing. We're out. Awesome. Then let's get into it. Welcome everyone to the final episode of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. I think the edge of the world should be around 30 million. Sheesh. We're at the end. Oh shit. I say the end, but there's still. I think there's like. There's still gonna be one more stream of this. I feel it in my gut. Like there's gonna be this, and then there's gonna be one more, and then that'll be it. Outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret's trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock in that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Ah, so when we left off, um, the judge was about to be assassinated, so he hid on the ship, and then we found it. And then our partners, Sholmes and Eugene Mikotoba, found him. Oh, also, it turns out John H. Wilson wasn't his partner. It was actually Eugene Mikotoba. The whole time. Well, in this story, like instead of Herlock Sholmes and John H. Wilson. It was actually Herlock Sholmes and Eugene Mikotoba. They were the original duo. Oh, we also found out that they have like communicators. I actually we actually had a part where they had the detective, the deduction spectacular, and I really liked Eugene Mikotoba's part in it. He does tap dancing. It was great. Oh yeah, also, Shin, since you were busy with other stuff, it turns out our friend, Kazuma is actually alive. And now he's in his his villain arc as a prosecutor. What is this? I put upon you for a matter only yesterday. Oh. Prosecutor, you say? Yeah. He's actually it's really funny. We're in London, right? In London court, and the two attorneys, the defending attorney and the prosecutor, are both Japanese. Great. And you know who the the accused is? It's actually the former prosecutor. And we don't have a jury. Ooh, roast beef, kipper, stew, steak, kidney pie, Yorkshire pudding? That sounds like a feast. I would like myself with some roast. You know, the most British, or I say British, but what the most English food I've ever had is cottage pie, and I've eaten like I made it myself. Probably it was like really great. I would make it again. Cottage pie. I do love cottage pie. Yes. Oh. All right. All right. Okay. So so Eugene Mikotoba is the one who wrote all the stories as well as the autopsy report for Clint Van Zeeks. And the one who signed off on the autopsy report was John H. Wilson and not Eugene Mikotoba. And for the whole time, Iris was convinced that John H. Wilson was the one who was her father. And like after finding out that the writing was actually Professor Mikotoba, Susato got mad at her dad because she thought that her dad had an affair, and Susato thought that Iris was her half sister. It's okay for eavesdropping, you know. Sometimes I feel like, then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? I'm not sure what the cottage and shepherd is. It's one beef and one lamb. Yes. Cottage pie is the one with beef. Shepherd's pie, because the sheep herder is the one with sheep. That's what I found out. To Gordon Ramsay, like Gordon, like I remember he was in doing Kitchen Nightmares, and he got served shepherd's pie. But then he finds out that it's not sheep meat, but instead is beef. So he says like, "That's not shepherd's pie. That's regular plain old cottage pie." And I was like, "Oh, naruhodo." Also, hello, bread. Look, he's so angry. Mr. Sholmes is angry. I keep getting hungry. That owl wasn't brooding over Mikotova's refusal to share this pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. I love Sholmes' despairing face. I've never had pheasant before. I'm sure it's like gamier than like chicken or turkey. Ah, unpheasant matters to discuss. Oh, I love the pun. Telegram from Japan. Yeah, what was the telegram from Japan? K. Asoki, Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Yes, in our last game, we discovered those 4 names. Kazuma Asogi, Asashin. Get it? Assassin, Asashin. Gregson, and Wilson. Dude, both of them were ex-sons. Gregson and Wilson. Poor Greg and Will. Their sons got killed. Ooh, a message. Enter Judge Jikoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. Send it to a detective I know who... Hey! Hey! It's gotta be your boy Hosonaga! And also, why do you know Suke's name? Hmm. It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient. Ooh. So, it looks like... they were exchanging assassins. They were exchanging assassins. Assassin to kill John H. Wilson in Japan, and Kazuma to kill Gregson in London. Also, Sholmes did lie to us that Kazuma died. Oh. So Sholmes was... Sholmes was the reason why we became a lawyer. Technically. In London. So Sean tried to stop Kazuma from coming to Britain. Oh shit. This is bringing us back to the first game. Also, apparently DLC, I had a extra DLC that let Susato, Shons, and not Ryunosuke into different alternate clothes. So Susato and Ryunosuke are wearing like steampunk clothes, and Sherlock Jones is wearing Japanese clothes. It's pretty interesting. Worth it, good DLC. I know, right? He looks actually Jones kind of looks charming in these clothes, and I do like Susato's clothes. Oh yeah, the girl made. I hope she made it to America. Oh yeah, why were you? We only know about the 12 months ago. 12 months ago. A very tangible omen of impending tragedy. See? Oh, oh. An omen that already existed a year ago. Well, first, I want to look at this. I want to look at all the... So, we already have a pocket watch. Yes, we do. Can we fit it? Are we allowed to fit it on now? Please? Can we please put it on? Yeah. Yippee! It's a perfect fit! What? Huh? Why is it Man. Okay, I guess we have to present something. So, yeah, how did you know? How did you know earlier? Yeah, we leaked government information, chat. Around 6 months before that. Huh. he's already dropping in on the government. Eavesdropping on the government. 1 month after the list was fired to the recipient, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. Oh shit. Yeah, he was partially correct. Okay. This is the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Yes, please tell us. The 4 names. We already know. I mean, I already know, but Asashin. Yeah. Ah, he thought that assassin. So weird having a character named Shin in the game. I mean, you're nothing like Asa Shin. Don't worry about it, Shin. You're not. I have a quote somewhere. It's like, the guy yells out. I think the guy whose name was like Hitler in his name. He was like, "Why do I have to change my name? He's the one who sucks." Yeah, that's that moment right there, Shin. It's like, why does Shin have to change his name? Asa Shin was the one who sucks. So he thought that Asa Shin was okay. From now on, I'll call her Asa Shin, and that way there will be no misconceptions. So he thought Asa Shin was already dead, and then John H. Wilson was convicted. I mean, was killed. So he's worried about Asogi being killed, as well as Gregson being killed. Ah. Oh, right. Oh, right. I forgot that. Oh, Iris. Okay, so Iris knows that. Okay, Iris knows that John H. Wilson isn't her dad. Yeah, Asa Shin is alive. I mean... That fact. 2 days ago. Right, okay. That's when Susato, revealed that information. So now we know. Well, I mean, it's already too late. Victims and killers, yeah. Yeah, no, she couldn't have a motive because she was an assassin. What do you mean? What do you mean, Yunosuke? Read it! Assassination. Yeah, exactly. See? He accepted the assassination mission to kill Gregson, and now he finished it. Uh, eh, an assassin exchange. We already kind of knew that. Too bad we're too good of a detective. Also, why are we lawyers? We should have been detectives. Yeah, contractual agreement. Just how is rich exchange of assassins you're suggesting? It would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Chikoku at all, but it was Asoki's target, Inspector Gregson. Wait, so you're telling me... So I think what happened now is... Kazuma and Gregson. Kazuma and Gregson, ace attorney, detective, and lawyer, are interchangeable, I guess. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. Sadly, that assignment was him. Yeah, exactly. So Gregson. Okay, so I get the full picture now. Gregson was working under male Strongheart to to like kill people, to assassinate the people who got away from the prosecutor of the Bailey, or the Reaper of the Bailey, Barak Van Zeeks, and then his last assignment from male Strongheart was to quote unquote kill Seishiro Jigoku, and Gregson took Kazuma Asogi with him, and they all three of them basically, I say meet up at the boat room, and instead of Kazuma pointing his blade at Jigoku pulls Sheev Palpatine and says, "Do it," and then Kazuma kills Gregson. Do it. my my cat is sleeping so soundly. And okay, so now that we know that Iris is not John Wilson's daughter, nor is it Eugene Mikotoba's daughter, I have a theory on who Iris actually is. Aww. Maybe he could adopt you, and then you could be and then become half sisters. Was that no, step sisters? My bad. What? What? No, 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 no. Please do not throw the Ace Attorney to the floor, please. Huh? What? Wait, why? We're unrelated. Why are you calling me brother? We are unrelated. Okay, is that it? Okay, that's the investigation ending. So over the overnight break into trials proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jikoku's office, and the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend has somehow become involved. Involved? You mean like one of the main perpetrators? Sorry, I have the hiccups. I had I so bread. I said before that I had kebab meat. Um and we basically one box had 2 packages, and each package had 6 strips of kebab meat. And woo-wee! Now that was filling, because I ate it with kimchi fried rice again. I had the same meal yesterday. All right, back to the courtroom. Dude, poor unicorn. That unicorn horn will be dent. The closed trial 10 years ago, the summons thought fat in the proceedings. Revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. A respected yard inspector will not until he himself in an assassination plot. To all members of judiciary on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind this disturbing find. I feel but top-notch lunch and dinner to me. Yeah, it is. Also, I think Strongheart is the. I think I said it. Strongheart is the person behind all this. I don't know. He has the air. I think he has the air of a villain, the sophisticated villain. How do you know how you know Strongheart is behind it all? The eyelashes. I gotta see it. I gotta look at it again. He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. Petitioner Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. He did what? He's got the evil lashes. I need to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Sheesh, Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. Is that really even Kazuma standing before us? You mean the eyebrows? Oh, okay, no, you're right. The eyelashes. He's got the square lashes, bro. The classic square villain lashes. I was hearing. Also, the way he's all Sephiroth up there. He also has like, you know, the grandstanding of his arms pushing out wide like this. Kind of looks more like he's one of those. Back to sleep, kitty. I accidentally woke my kitty. Go back to sleep, Kibby. He's like, fine, I will. He covers his eyes with his paws. You have another blackhead? Oh my god. Sorry, my cat has another blackhead again. Every time I clean your chin, man. You know, in Turkey, there's a place that does donor Euro rep that is 45 centimeters. Another place does 70 centimeters reps. Damn. I bet like you could have that for like half a week. Jikoku like holding like wearing a suit kind of feels super weird, man. He looks like the type of person that you would. He looks like the type of person who would wear the traditional Japanese robes. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. My brother, we're innocent. We are innocent. You acquitted me yourself. Without informing anyone of your plans, you have took flight to France. Took flight. I have to object to that turn of phrase. There was no planes back then. No comment. No comment. Okay. So that's right, and you, Judge Jikoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Yunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? Okay, it's either this one or this one. Either way, let's go with this one. This is a telegram detailing communications sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asuki, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo, from your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you? What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asuki and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett. But her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asogi, whose victim was the British police inspector, Tobias Gregson. K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jikoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Judge Jikoku? What's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jikoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Yunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jikoku was the mark came entirely from you. The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jikoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence only goes to prove his guilt. No, it doesn't. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of the Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jikoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. I honestly like Jigoku's character. Like serious, it's all connected. Yes, it's all connected from the first case to now. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. Target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewmen would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. What the hell do you mean you can't be involved? We heard a shot. There was a shot. Oh shit, for real? You accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I have killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. I think we've established that there's a highly big, like a huge fridge in the ship, but okay. Yes, my lord, I'll keep that in mind. Sure we will. Of course we won't. Of course we won't. We're gonna press on everything, but the one that I want to look at the most is the last one. Uh, as long as we can find. Oh right, he still died. Never mind. I mean, he still died to a shot. But for assassination, yeah, I mean, he had no choice. Hmm. That was a condition. Let's see. He was most capable of all applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes. Yes, it was. I wish I had that kind of, like, determination. Yeah, about his father, Genshin Asugi. Hmm. The fact that the Assassin's Change has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. I mean... excuse me. And what would that be, Mr. Sir? I find it funny, they saw a Japanese man fainted, decided to put a Russian word in it. It's crazy how he somehow managed to get back to London. That... I hate how Jigoku has to be... I hate that Jigoku. I feel like Jigoku is being persuaded right now, and it's not like entirely out of his own free will to like send assassins. I just feel like he's being coerced by Strongheart. Was it chicken stroganoff? That name is still like will never not be funny. Chicken Stroganoff and his brother Biff Stroganoff. Why does it have to be the Stroganoff? You're so hungry. I'm not. It's not my fault. His name is Chicken Stroganoff. Excuse me. Hmm. I mean, you probably paid him, no? Happens. He's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot, and it's conceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard. That won't wash. Inconceivable! I've arranged for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. Obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin, defense applied, I would have been arrested on the spot and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. That's... But you know, there's an alarm. He could have pressed the... Kazuma could have pressed the emergency alarm. Or Jigoku. Confirmed by somebody else. Still a real shock. Inconceivable? Inconceivable about what, Shin? Okay. Alright. Oh, he kept using that word? I do not think it means what he thinks it means. Judge Jigoku is lying. You know what's really funny? On Saturday, I was we were playing a lot of Minesweeper, and I thought I was being brilliant. And then I ended up hitting a mine and blew up, and I was talking about how like I became like so overconfident about myself that like it sounded like I was that guy from The Princess Bride, and we watched that scene. Not the inconceivable scene, but the poison drink scene. Okay. Okay, hold on. I want to press on something. phone assembled at 10 p.m. Ah! Okay, so it's either I present this on this one or on this one. Either way, I have to present, I used to love that movie.
Objection.
Ah, we did it! I was right. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. What? Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again? According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts? And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Objection.
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Junosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Do we have evidence? Yes, we do! Movie's great. That night, I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on October 31st? Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch? And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? Why are you calling us a murderer? We're acquitted! Expertly maneuvered, Junosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I had known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I take it back. Judge Jigoku is an asshole. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. Jigoku worked in the watch factory all along. You'll notice the fall into which you've stumbled. Bruh. I know it wouldn't say that, but god dang. I feel like I'm still holding out on the hope that Judge Jigoku is trying to maneuver us into finding out that Strongheart was the bad guy the whole time. At the door, a mustachioed Englishman was very foolishly waving a gun at me. Soon took everyone. Ippon seoi throw. Watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It had nothing to do with his murder. Spectre was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Wait. Ipponseoi. You can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness cabin in no way proves the victim's murder took place there. Dude, imagine if all attorneys had to work like this when they get hit with like different like evidence that's devastating to their case. Boom! They have to hit the wall. Dramatic gesture. Or something like liar liar. Please force the lawyers to be ace attorney dramatic, or like liar liar dramatic. Objection, Your Honor. On what grounds? This is devastating to my case. and then just like questioning the witness, and then it's like the witness like gives like irrefutable testimony that like destroys the the other side's case, and the truth will set you free. Jim Carrey did so well on Liar Liar. I don't think I could ever be that bombastic. The events in the cabin. Hold it! We have to press on everything. And they get thrown against the wall when they get disproven. Exactly. You know what I'm imagining right now, chat? I'm imagining the bench on the desk has like, you know those like has a spring loaded pad like up to their chest, and once once they get disproven, they have to like they press a button, boom, beep, and then they just like the pad just slams them back. Oh man, courtroom injuries would be all over the place. Time to call for the help of Crewman so I dealt with the man myself. Okay. I'm just hoping his testimony changes with the press. Where are these shows? Then you need to start making TV shows. I mean, it would. Okay, I would set up a reality TV show of a courtroom and people trying to debate over like silly things about like candy being stolen or something, like like probably like something like Judge Judy, right? And then have attorneys on the case that like provide the ample like that have all the evidence. They try to disprove each other in court, and whatever side that gets disproven gets yeeted into a pool. I mean, it would make a fool out of them, but of course, I would pay them like. I would pay the loser a lot of money, right? That way, like whoever wins the case wins money, like, but whoever loses the case also gets a lot of money. That way, they're like desperately trying to outdo the other person, and whoever has like the most like the better dramatic timing gets paid better. I mean, isn't that basically how reality TV works? Anyone who does oh whoops. Anyone who has the most like bombastic or like outwardly expressions and stuff, or like the most exaggerated expressions get the most views, right? He pisses me off. Okay, I'm pretty sure I pressed this. Okay.
Hold it.
He's killed on steamship in France. How on earth could he have got back to Britain? They were taken. In a chest. There would be no sense in risking me. Transport the body back to Britain, unless it's to frame Barack Van Zieks. Oh, he's altering his testimony. Thank God.
Hold it.
Oh, wait. Oops. I think I checked. I pressed the wrong one. Wait, hold on. Do we have the camera? Do we have the picture? This thing. This big ass thing right here. Okay. Drop a teacup in the office and it breaks. We don't say. Mr. Hunt wasn't murdered there. Inspector also found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Chico's cabin, the body would have had to be moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border. Vital realization. Uh... This is not that big. Hmm. What if I presented this?
Objection.
Hey, I was right though. There's no possible way he could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you can do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. Ha 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 ha. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? And after we'd spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She's acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of this requisite size are few and far in between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep fruit fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. No? Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asogi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundation for that already. Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting event tension from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever none? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barack Van Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range. There's no tangible evidence. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain to yourselves to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that the Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Does it? Wait, hold on. Let me save. Hold up. What do we have? I feel like it's not that. Gregson's trunk? Gregson's trunk or the firecracker? What am I supposed to show? Chat. We apparently have evidence that contradicts the claim that Gregson died at the scene instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno. But what evidence do we have? Photograph of the victim. I'm thinking either Gregson's trunk or like it's got to be Gregson's trunk or I'm no, I don't think it's wait, I don't know if it's Gregson's trunk actually. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Let me know if you need to look at something. Cause I'm kind of a bit stumped that he says that we have strokes his beard inquisitively. The prosecution claims that the inspector died instantly when he shot at the scene of Fresno Street. If I were shot if I died instantly when I was shot, how would I end up dying, chat? I'm trying to imagine in my mind that I'm shooting someone. And if I died instantly, what would happen? I would be on my back, wouldn't I? If I got shot, if I got shot in the chest, like nearly point blank, I would probably be flat on my back, right? So this is wrong. It's not look. He's not on his back. He's curled up on the side. Right, right.
Take that!
Ah, I took a guess. Hey, he's saying the same thing. Posture of the body. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. The pain of the shot which subsequently...
Objection!
I'm sorry to disappoint you. Yeah, exactly, Judge Jikoku, but it's your logic that is flawed. According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Yeah, exactly! I would have to imagine, like, I should have imagined myself, like, being shot in the head, you know, where I couldn't even think. Yeah. The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor, from the inside of a large travel trunk. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Wouldn't it also be on his suit? Or maybe it was, dried. Dude, he mad. He big mad.
Objection!
Oh, he hit the... he hit him with the reverse... the Uno reverse card with the status. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Look at the little mouse on his shoulder. Nothing is more important than the truth. But it's really funny because when you look at this... So we had to prove show evidence that the reason why Gregson died somewhere else because he died instantly, and we proved that it's because he was curled up in a fetal position, but that's because he put it in the chest. The trunk, I mean. I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. So it was you. You admitted to... Gregson. No! I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Ooh. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity, and moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh, he's now accusing Kazuma. That's right! Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asogi. You. Ooh! Look at that. Three-way fight? I never thought you stooped to Seishiro Jikoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel is already... Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. Dude, he's gonna break that bench. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. Sheesh. I like how we are the only people in this courtroom that is innocent. Victim's murder could have been committed by prosecutor Asogi is... I think it's impossible, because if it was Asogi, he would definitely have killed Gregson with a sword. Oh, are you turning his quote back onto him? Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? It's gotta be the sword, right? Right? I'm gonna save. No, it apparently wasn't. It apparently wasn't. Okay, my bad. My bad! Okay, Oopsies. What was it then? So long as the guard was there, fire, what's up? Okay. And that very... Not only that, but the judge is looking like... It's just looking like, I know you killed the man, but I like the drama, so go on. Also, no, but he's also the mastermind of it. What would it be? What does he say? I mean, okay, that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. That statement leads me to believe that it can only be the evacuation drill itinerary. But we already presented that, no?
Take that!
Oh, it's the right thing, apparently. I guess so. Hello, Joniver! Hello, how are you? How was your Terraria? But he couldn't have been there, right? You're right. Nobody could have fired inside the cabin. Some good old Quinx. Quinx? What's Quinx? Wait, what's Quinx? I'm gonna look it up. Phoenix. Oh, Phoenix Wright. The Terraria. I see what you mean. Some good old Phoenix Wright. Except that it's not Phoenix Wright, it's actually Phoenix Wright's great ancestor. Tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. It's always on, yeah. Jonathan was playing Terraria Calamity mod with crowd control on, and I did a little bit of trolling on his stream. I exploded his inventory, dropped his weapon whenever he was using it in the most crucials of time. I think I froze him at a crucial time too. It was great. I'm always the one dropping your weapons. It was funny. It was funny to watch. It was funny to watch. I was just like lurking in the shadows, just watching you, and then like right in the middle, you were five. This is why I have 5. I know. I'm the reason why you have 5 of them. Oh man. Right before you had 5 of them, you had 3 of them on, and then I dropped your weapon, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna have to use this weapon, and then I dropped that weapon, and then you had to use one more weapon. But as I tried to drop your last weapon, you died, so I dropped the weapon right in front of you. While you were back at home base, and I was like, ah, darn. Oh man. That makes me want to do Terraria with crowd control now. It sounds really funny and a lot of shenanigans. So mean, torturing poor Jonathan like that. I'm sorry, Jonathan. I love you. I love you, bro. Oh, this is Terraria is beyond fun. I love it. Yeah, it's so much fun watching hard mode. Like that's post Wall of Flesh. And seeing all the shenanigans, plus Calamity too. Oh man. I like how we're proving that Kazuma's not the killer this time. Wait, who's? Oh, he's gonna break it. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after you left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish the... Ooh, no, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. That the community is gonna finish this soon. This game would have been so much to be... The community? As in, like... Your community or the whole Terraria community? Because I'd be really sad if the Terraria community just ended. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer, as a common man. Oh, he's gonna break it! You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you jumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku. Yes, I am gaming with my community and we're closing in on the end. Oh no! It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when it all began. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Oh my god, my controller is like shaking. Rawr! Ah! Holy shit! How did he not impale his hand? He broke the bench! My life is over. He finally... But what is it gonna be doing? What is going to be doing? A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Missed the polls? Easy? I guess. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. The game is so much fun. It makes you use your brain, and sometimes it makes you lose brain cells. And for that, you decide to recruit Mr. Asodi. I want to voice act it with people. It is so much fun to voice act. If you're going to do that with your community, I highly suggest it. Like, if you're thinking of doing that with your community, I do highly suggest it. There's a lot of varying characters to play. And it's really fun. Because I was already on my way to Britain at the time in Kazuma's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself. Personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. And that's right. I decided it would be the safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. DST, yeah, I love it. It makes it easier for new people to join in. Wait, what's DST? Hold on, DST. Don't start together. Oh, duh. I'm sorry. I don't know why I completely did not see that, like, understand that at first. Going to after is what is going to be doing DST after. Okay, I understand the thing now. My bad. You were the man in. He was given a sham mission by the Reaper. We need to stream together one day. No problem. I was trying to say no problem. I was about to say no problem at first, and I couldn't figure out like if that makes sense or not. But yeah, heck yeah, I'd be down. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the. Just hit me with the no. No, it wasn't a no. It was a no problem. I was like, I was like, I'm down. I want to say I'm down, but for some reason, no came out. I'm sorry, Jonathan. No, it wasn't like that. I swear. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Had dramatic suspense. I'm so sorry, Jonathan. I mean... he played too much Phoenix, right? Yeah. I was going for that dramatic timing. No. Doubt. I want to do it. I'm sorry, Jonathan, but I'm glad that I gave you a good chuckle because I started to panic after saying no. I was like, what the heck do I say? So that means that the assassin exchange was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful. It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Well, I need to go back to work. Gonna send you some messages on DC, and we can go for there. All right, no worries. Uh, go have a good day at work, and message me anytime. I'll be excitedly anticipating your message. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. Bang. I had received a British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered on the roof on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on the deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. Then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. So I took out a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then, so I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, though I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. Thank you so much for the hydrate, Lahads. I only arrived at the room around 4:45, so I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, and set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips. I didn't notice it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. He was doomed, no matter what. If he had not put it back in, it would be suspicious because he always has fish and chips. Anyways, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. No, he needs to make him eat the fish and chips, no evidence to speak of. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. lineage of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? He's not gonna tell you. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! Oh man, Jigoku mad. I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Summation examination! I'm just kidding. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found. Wait, but we're on trial for... And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Objection! This court is not whether or not Jigoku is guilty, but whether Barak Van Zeeks is guilty. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson, and subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt. Wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Something wrong. I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Barak Van Zeeks.
Objection.
Huh? Huh? The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. What?! That is the prosecution's unwavering position. Nevertheless, Barak Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asogi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with a plot into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is still someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barak Van Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. Hey, at least he said prove beyond all reasonable doubt, because, like, in courtrooms, you're not allowed to say, I've said this before, but you're not allowed to say beyond a shadow of a doubt, because that opens investigations to, like, Ace Attorney style conjecture, speculation, wild theories. You're supposed to say reasonable doubt so that wild stories can't happen. So I'm actually murdering Van Zeeks, but to be fair, Kazuma's father was killed on British soil, and no, was convicted by Van Zeeks himself. So Kazuma has a personal grudge. So I can't want to besmirch my name. You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes. Very well. While it's just extremely regular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has at assassin exchange. I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zeeks! I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured a weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. He's gonna crush it! So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all. We did that, the judge would mock us and tell us to go back home. I know, right? Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense? Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous, and Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this, and I came here today to determine to face him through whatever might arise, as the lawyer and as his friend. Then that's what we must do. The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well, defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassin exchange. Whew. As you wish, my lord. You know what? I should have started stream early. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange. Okay, I already know what I need to press and or present on. Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you into this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth, even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. We're not being paid at all. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it'll come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. No. I like how we're the ones cross-examining. You would think that Kazuma's should be cross-examining, because this is our witness. Also, there is, just like Phoenix, right? Yeah. We broke. Okay, I'm gonna skip the details. I'm gonna press this immediately. No common thread exists.
Hold it!
I'm gonna press this just in case there's anything new. Where to buy good fish and chips. And such like... Bruh, what? That's why we're gonna present it.
Objection!
Clint's autopsy report. What is this? An autopsy report? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in court. What reason do you have for... This is the autopsy report of the professor's final victim. It is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. That cursed name again, the professor! I've personally researched all of the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls, and for a member of the aristocracy, like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. It was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asuki was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and conclusive evidence that convicted him. Enabled Lord Van Zeeks to adhere to avenge his brother's senseless death with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? And if the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death? That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. "10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost." Is he gonna throw it? You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, Oh, he crushes it again. He who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma. You know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and that he acknowledged what I had already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asogi's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. I know nothing of any secret. I know! It was a secret! Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So, you admit it then. The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. I can't pin Gregson's voice. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Kazuma-sama, the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated. Then the investigating officer of Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it, and they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barak Van Zeeks. In other words, now I feel bad about Kazuma. Yeah, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who liaised with the Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barak Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court, are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know the name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is...
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin's change and manipulated the autopsy results is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Strongheart. I was about to say Armstrong. Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Woo! We are going everywhere, boys! Yes, it's true that 10 years ago the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court, but he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, has been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession. I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection.
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where's your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country, but in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who would testify about events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeeks' autopsy. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Dr. Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection.
Actually, there is one person. One person who could still testify about that autopsy. Kazuma, Please! This trial can't end. Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person in defense would like to call to the stand to testify at the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks is... It should be Eugen, no? He's the only one left.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. An expert in forensics medicine, my lord. Professor Yuji Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishiro Chikoku and Genshin Asugi as a visiting student. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Recuse yourself, bitch! Prosecutor Asuki, let me refresh your memory as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and the masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. Professor, case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asugi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Chikoku. And for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities.
Objection!
So what, you could kill Yuji Mikotoba? But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asugi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asugi. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is— Hold it! Hold it! No one said it. Who? Ah! Herlock! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once. I want to see the guy who makes the desk, bro. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Chikoku before he left from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayor Strongheart, it is imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along the prevarications of your superiors? It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, I have the power to push this door open now. The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on the court proceeding. Silence! He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will that really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person here present who can honestly... Oh, I didn't finish that. What? The trial should go on! Summon the witness! That's right! We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is in custody! My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here! Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation! The truth! The whole truth! And nothing but the truth! That's the very foundation of British law! A toast to my dependable gollies in the gallery. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, because, okay, so the reason it looks like, the reason why Sherlock Sholmes looks like a buffoon in most of the times is because he didn't have Yuji Mikotoba. They're two sides of the there's two sides of a coin. They need each other. It's the bromance of the ages. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards, and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. You're losing your mind? It's so great! He's the Reaper, Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. Ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom. Maelstrom heart! Maelstrom! I get it now! Ah ha 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 ha! Maelstrom. I get it now, chat. Wow. Oh my god. Oh, it's not Courtney's side, but her daughter. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yujin Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Why is she staring at him? Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just... appeared. You summoned the strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. And that's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly. And whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man! I want to hit the fanfics and see Dr. Gory, Dr. Gory, like, infatuated with him for some reason. It'd be hilarious. He was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. And that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And his autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all of the doctor's findings when we were done. He read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the injuries. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Congrats, Red. Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. He was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see? So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended, and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Sheesh! The autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Oh. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication. Professor Mikotoba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you. What? Claimed the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely? With the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. But we still get to cross... If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. And that's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Actual veil and laugh, yeah. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Yunosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Oh, shish. The first thing I wanted to see was the Western style sword. Why the Western style sword? I mean, if it was Genshin, why not a Eastern style sword? That was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. True hound of hell. What about Clint? Did Clint have a dog? Nothing questionable at all. It's just that beautiful, dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. What was it? Well, it was sparkling and round with a hole, as if it might slip over her finger perhaps. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asugi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. My father left Japan for London 16 years ago. I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of this ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his fingers where it had been pulled off. And they arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach? Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Why, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Ooh. Cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. Let's examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Yes, we should. Yeah, I just did that real quick so that I could look at this first. An equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you're clumsy, have yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Very clumsiness. You make such a dangerous ring. You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun about that size would go down much better, with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Okay, well... Well, if it's sharp enough to hurt someone, there cannot be any signs of internal injury at all.
Objection.
That was the first thing I thought. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asogi. Yeah, you see some abrasions, you see some cuts on the way. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection.
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination, and in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of his passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No! And there you arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if you swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. Kira Deo, thank you so much for the hydrate. Welcome. Hello, how are you? There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so, and Dr. Gory. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Glory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her Mama. I mean, she just wants to see dead bodies, man. Oh, that's the third crush today. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Genshin Asugi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep. You're coming with us. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. Bang! The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying... I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection.
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him rest. Kazuma, open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself that this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial? In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zieks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. But then... That is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. Does it show Asogi's thing as well? No? Okay. But if that autopsy was all above board, there'll be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Thank you, Junosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me? Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps. Yes. Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. Stop trying to solve a case while babysitting two angry teens. What proof do you have that could possibly... Wait, hold on. What do we have that proves that Asogi is it the dismissal notice? The jailbreak? It has to be that, right? Because they were going to break him out of prison anyways.
Take that.
It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it harder to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in prison at the time. The notes read, There are indications that jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way. Oh my god, it was the queen! Let's have the queen on the stand. Now jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon a new witness to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah, Governor Caden, and the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just out the courtroom at this very moment. Let's go, Herlock! My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Herlock! Sholmes! Would the new witnesses state their names and occupation for the court, please? I, Barry Caden, governor of the Barclay prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. And the reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor! We've already been through all that before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you call nothing untoward. Ah, well. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asuki out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gads! Hold on there, laddie! All I did was... Witness Governor Caden. Ah! Aye, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asuki, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well, let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know, the plot to break Asuki out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asuki right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that that was the jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't ken that. You're saying you don't know? Listen there. Listen! There wasn't a thing about that professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask it any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asugi and that office. That jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asugi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. And that, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Yes, of course we do. I want to know about the Queen. He are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Very proceed, counsel. Is it me, or is this game showing the British in a bad light? Okay. The first thing I want to look at is that last statement.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asuki was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after his escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Joku to the Dale and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that, only... Personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
What? Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? I feel bad for Vigil. Yes, sir, what can I do for you, sir? You okay? He's saluting now? What is it, some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asugi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah! Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asuki never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it wouldn't have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite makes sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Exogi and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gads! Aye, go on then. It seems to me the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with. Yes? He had the papers, no?
Objection.
Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of being laid broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Heavers! The fella couldn't have possibly had anything like that. But you know he did, Governor. The Asogi papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi. Ah! It turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did ya, you wee rat? Did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now! Gah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warrior. Alright then, what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document, mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in the cell, but... that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Eh? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? Jeez, what the blazes are you blethering about? The will was found right and proper, in the fellow cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, you with Pilly Wally Galu. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I know, young lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former chief warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that, I swear! Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time! If the will was fake, where's the real document?
Objection.
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Ooh, juicy! What did you say? Testify! It seems that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. Poor Daily, man. The warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of that man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. What are you not satisfied with calling me a liar, the one say? Yeah, we waffin there. Ha! There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? I like it. I like Daily Vigil right now. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Gah! Applied with Asogi's will, as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family at home in Japan. As courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny that the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that is my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Are we done yet? As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, Mr. Aki can't watch his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. He turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found about the Isuke paper. The document was in the folds of the fella's robe that was left in his cell. Kimono.
Hold it!
Mr. Asogi's kimono. Ah, the one he'd brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword! Karuma, the famous sword of the Asoki clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan, could the man have a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence! Warders are carrying firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Aye. He wrote that with a photo he came to stay with us at Barclay Estate. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it, but I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like squirming massive jetpack earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! What? What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. He's leaning everywhere, I think. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this, possibly or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. I have to present on this. There's no other reason. Ah, I remember. I remember. Look, recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. I knew it. Like I knew it was important, but like I had to like remember because it was like a long time ago. It was like almost a week ago, or more than a week ago. Taverns again. You've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. Same! It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, but I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then, it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, with its precise words were as follows. His precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. Ayla! This will is the only weapon I have left now. Ah! A last will and testament. Ah! If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said. really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the conflict with the will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? What that would mean? That he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No! Impossible! That is utterly out of the question. Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never! He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene!
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asugi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers to that be to be enacted during jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy? Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to have seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asugi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to this court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue. The reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Miss Susato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. "10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks had left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asuki was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke! As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough! Counsel, what are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean... Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. It wasn't Genshin Asuki at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. Ah! I like how Caden and Vigil are like, finally open, is it? Pandora's box. Even though poor dude. My brother. This is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Barak Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order. Lord Van Zeeks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmum. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmum. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. It was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. Jewel-studded collar? That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar? We know! It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B. Oh my, you know it? It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. And there can be no doubt then. The collar you've described was Balmum's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow. There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. It's true then. Van Zeeks really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making it up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy, believing that justice was done. That, though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well, then. You may have the truth. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and when in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. These dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fume and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul until eventually it was consumed. It's ironic, really, somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asogi, turned up at my office one night. The professor! Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. You have evidence. Nothing definitive as yet, but he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know what that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asuki's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Well, we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. This. In actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. Put a permanent end to the professor killings. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And what about the will? Asuki must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father! I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Hey, even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, you opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that! There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zieks. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, wasn't it? Was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. In the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi. Me! Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you might make in court will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason why I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asogi? Kazuma. What a piece of shit, dude. He did it for me. I bet you he shot Asogi too. And as I told him at the time, that my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order. At any cost. He's smiling like an evil villain, man.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mail Strongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak Venzies? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to wreak justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew you'd play the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, my minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who started the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Boo! Boo you! Dude. You can't just say that it was for the greater good, man. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty was protected from this. I entrust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain, and since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. Coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. That made you suspect. Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Flint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. Can we look at the sword again? Is there something new now? No. I feel like there's a secret hidden behind the sword. No? No? Okay. I feel like there's a secret. I feel like there's something there. Well, court is adjourned. Objection!
Objection!
Thank you, Kazuma. Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon? As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this court moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother, but Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusion here, So where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Lord Strongheart. It's gotta be Lord Strongheart. Right? Come on, Yunosuke, think back over his work. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Ziek's nor well, I consider it. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as 3-page last will and... Was it 3 pages? I don't know why he claimed 3 pages, man. Or Strongheart. Would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent? And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Yunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction. Which piece of evidence, I asked you?
Take that!
This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were... the 3-page last will and testament. Ah! Could it be that originally, there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Caden. Eh? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye! I was there for sure. I remember the black worms like scrawls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to be sent.
Objection.
You have no right. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. My father's message will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. You need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asuki's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. This inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection.
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir! Only, I should point to, my lord, that I cannot actually read Worm language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for a court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit on a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I have translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness, a darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father. What is Karuma? Name of the Asuki clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Aha! I was right! I knew it was important. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. I mean, it has to me! Hello! Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. I once studied the history and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira. Words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Look what's inside it. Is that... Dun dun dun! I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks. And the date, 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karuma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. We'll read it right now. Whoops. My bad. My bad, I accidentally clicked it again. Oh, I could believe that. Oh, I got an achievement for doing that, though! Wait, I can't look at it? I can't look at it! No!
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that about my brother. Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard your state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we would never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen. What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. Yes, we do. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from record. This is my last chance. I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Yes, we do! Present evidence! Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection.
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Yunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final, decisive pieces of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Eat shit! There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it has escaped your notice, that document was long ago. Lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible! That can't be! Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Grr! My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma! That ultimate weapon Genshin Asuki obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly looks official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I say strictly forbid it. You have no say anymore. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection.
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly entering a trial without good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. Hello, kitten. Hello, Sunshadow Kitten. How are you today? To defy the monarch's will is treason. Look at his face. Look at this dude. You're doing good? That's good to hear. It's exactly as just Japanese man said. Read it out! Now, you have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, my lord. Hey, Hayashi. Well, my lord. It will rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hope. You fools. Go ahead, Yunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then. No! For God's sake. No! Sorry, I should have drawn it out a little longer, but I didn't want to sound like Darth Vader. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asuki stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel. that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. You can't scare me right now. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. Come here. How are you? The law is impotent against such vile avarice. You know what the phrasing of his will? I headcanon that Clint was planning on killing himself before Genshin suggested the duel. I think he got caught out, and he's happy that he got caught out, and he's leaving his will so that he just loses his duel purposely towards to Genshin, and that's it. I think he's just glad to have been caught out, realized his mistakes, and he's like, you know what? I deserve to die. I want you to kill me, my friend. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. Yeah, I load shotgun, I heard spoilers. No, I mean, we're already here. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watch my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded. Yeah, exactly. See? No, okay, so he murdered, like, 2 people. I realized I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. That, Strongheart, made him kill, 3 and 4, and then he got caught out by Asogi, and Clint Van Zeeks found a way out of this, of the extortion, so he basically had Asogi kill him. There is no path back to the light, and be it I or my dear friend Asogi who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. And this line is why Clint is my favorite character. Dude, that brought shivers down my spine. Holy shit. So now we know, yes, Clint Van Zeeks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up till now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sight on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I have explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection.
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Genshin Asugi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you! It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku! There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asugi's treatment after his repatriation? Yeah. Repatriation, my bad. Oh my god, my English sucks! Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool! As you know, Asugi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asugi at once. He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Shoot him! Jigoku shot Asugi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asugi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork model's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asugi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Logate Cemetery that night. The silence is deafening, chat. It really is. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asugi in the end, you see? He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. But it was you who commanded him, just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier. He said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating the international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death. Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way, and then You made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable, though it was the only way to protect our justice system and public order system. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as a Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection.
You've done nothing! It's Lord Van Zeeks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asuki, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little... When will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. Shut up, strong-hearted, you brony! You jabroni, you brony! You look at that! Look at that staff head! Look at that cane head! What the hell are you doing with that unicorn? People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Grr. Grr. Ah! Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those are delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud! Keep your mockery! Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true! Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed. You can't get away with that! You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses! And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? Technically, I only had other people to kill the guys I wanted dead. Yeah, exactly, right? That's still a mastermind. That's literally what Van Deeks is being tried for. Was tried for. To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect the jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard's inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, All faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws, and if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. And all these other matters have been discussed. Will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? We can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years have done wonders for crime rate. And by fair means or foul, it's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary? For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the courts, the records shall be erased. Billy is a master of manipulation, yeah. Can we use Iris's charm now? Yunosuke, it looks like the trial really is going to come. Out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use as the stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have any among the evidence, it is now.
Take that!
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I have no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. I'm like, let's take the hair by the ears then. And heave! Alright, here goes. Heave-ho! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, I must remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here! Mr. Naruhodo, It's Mr. Sholmes! He's a projection! He's a hologram! I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes! Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court! You've been warned once already, man! What the? We can't get it all of him, my lord! We just go right through him! I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see? The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so cannot images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the strand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting! I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Garden? Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace! What? You can't be! Buckingham Palace! What's Buckingham Palace, Ms. Susato? I never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty! Not just any Her Majesty. Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What? What?! What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo. Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen! You can't be! I mean, no! This is some unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all! Call the Queen on your ass, brony man! Exactly! Unforgivable distasteful trickery. What an apt description! A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed! By dint of the Sherlock Holmes remote cinematograph. You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No! I was merely... Oh, I'm so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. A message? Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. You're fired! You're fired, bitch! Exactly! I know. Casually on a nickname basis with the Queen of England. That's... That's Iris for you. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, the darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable action these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal. Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned! Hey, he broke his staff. Oh shit. And the scales go darker some more. Woo! Woo-wee! Can it burn? Can the fire fall on him, please? Oh! 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 Now it's the dark one. Oh shit! That's how I imagine people would scream. Look, he actually got fired. Tee. Lord Clint Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I assume? What do you mean? Oh, hold on. Allow. There we go. The need to obtain that will wasn't all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, it would merge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night... Sorry, it was supposed to be a smile. No worries, no worries. Don't worry about it. If it's smart stops it, I will check it. If I like it, I mean, if it's nothing harmful, it's fine. So don't worry about it, Sun Shadow. Still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. Oh, so you planned on shooting him? Like, as long as you had the will, it was okay. What a jerk. What pains me now is that my brothers left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Venzeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Atsuki is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Zeeks. Clint. I feel bad for him. Everyone was manipulated by male Strongheart. What a dick. Burn harder, man. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. I saw some fun comics where the Dead People Squad team up in the afterlife to torture Strongheart until once he dies. Good. And for your ambition to succeed. Did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopt your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice so warped and twisted over its long history was finally to know change, and this might just be the man to do it. But what? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Aww. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief! I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. For that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. Everyone, clap your faces, so that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baroque Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Baroque Van Zieks. Yippee! Yippee! That is all. Court is adjourned. Would you believe it, chat? It started from the October 31st. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? What do you mean? You didn't sacrifice shit? No, hold on. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Sato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. It really was a splendid show, that. Naruhodo. I'd have thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Mrs. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. Almost a year has been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. Baroque doesn't even have a smiling smile. Exactly, for you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today. Well, it's quite remarkable. But I spoke the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh, well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. I imagine he's gonna bust in here right now with a not smiling. Mrs. Sato, there's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. Now, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. I thought someone was knocking at my door. It's my cat trying to get in. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. He is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. Lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness! I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house, in the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possibly for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, My efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for her, longer than I'd care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after for over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem of the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. She only exists in this one image. I know, right? Baskerville. You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that she even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Aww. They could have been stepsisters. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really? All it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotova. In other words, the name of my mother, Ayame Mikotova. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket. Hard! Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Yes, he is. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief's injustice would require such measures. Bruno! Susie! Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky says she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Lord Chief Injustice, yes, drag him, yeah, exactly. No, really? Oh, no, really? Oh, poo. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You promise now, don't you? I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ow! Oh, one final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks! Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I'm freed from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've repute, been freed from that repute, your battle is just beginning, surely? Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Hey, the spread's still here. I want some of that mashed potatoes over there. I'm home. Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? It's gonna go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the best next thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. Quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with a tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway has concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. Because he was there. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well. Sholmes? What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Professor Mikotoba, I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. At least a feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Man, I want some of that Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing me Copper's Cobbler and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dig, is he? Well, people can change, you know? Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offer to relieve the bailiffs of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with the equally fierce detective spirit. Aww. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss. Aww. Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'd find your dad and bring him kicking and streaming. Uh-oh. No one told her. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to... Well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Clueless. Wait, do we have the clueless emote? Wait, do we have the clueless emote? Clue. Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Right, Professor Mikotoba is nicknamed to Mickey. Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? Aw. With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. Aw, my heart. I think, Mikotoba... Sholmes, I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh! For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. I should never have experienced it were it not for you. Oh, you old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences while I've lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Huh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zieks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zieks' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why? When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's color. The description of the Baskerville's insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you'd have made the connection to Van Zieks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with a Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of Baskerville's story, I mean. Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk. Which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. And look at that mouse. Look at that mouse, chat. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. Look at that mouse, guys. He's so cute. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you, Japan, as. That's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. But the symposium have been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. Oh, she's back! Oh no, she heard the whole thing. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help, but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Oh. Susato-san. Ah, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really worked quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Aww. It's only... it's been 3 days. Port of Dover. Quayside. I can't believe this day's finally come. It's only been 3 days, man. You're really leaving then, Bruno? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief union, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
It's so platonic besties.
By my side.
But they are platonic besties, it's the bromance.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
See, no, it has to be with Susato.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
She is? No!
I am?
Man. Oh well. I guess not then.
Honestly,
Rip.
you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
I guess
It
not,
was the
chat.
evening after
Oh
Lord
well.
Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes, I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me...
Incompetent? You basically carry the trials, man.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's alright. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Your ship's about to leave!
Ah! Iris sounds exactly how I expected her.
Time to go, then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Gay homosexual. Gay homosexual.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
Ah, he sounds exactly how I expected him.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
Actually, I kind of you know what? I expected her to be a little bit more
This
childish.
is merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
But yeah, basically how I expected her to sound like. And
that
Sholmes.
brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm
It's okay, we had the mouse.
my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again. No doubt, the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection!
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Aw.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Oh man, that made me very emotional. I think the whole trial made me emotional, chat. I'm gonna let this run while I look for someone to raid. Oh, I guess there's more. I've been. Okay, no, it goes by itself. So that was it for the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. A great story. I enjoyed all of it. It neatly tied every single case together, which is great. I'd like to do that again. We're definitely going to be playing the regular the original Ace Attorney games. I just wanted to play the quote unquote prequel. So we did the one we did it chronologically. That was really great. A lot of the I'm glad that some of the cases just like, I mean, it didn't hold my hand for it, but it was great to just like have some hints that like didn't fully give away all the answers, but it did help. Oh look, it's Toby, little Toby. All right, I think I have someone in mind to raid. Let me just see that I raided her more than a month ago, and it looks like we have. Oh. Be warned, the main series is very different from this one. I'm aware. I'm aware the jury system is completely different. My friend warned me, like, oh yeah, like if you press on the wrong thing, they're gonna find you guilty. You can't. I don't think there is a jury. What was it? Man, I already forgot what it's called. But that was actually, which is funny because that's like my favorite. That was actually my favorite part of the trial. It was the summation examination. That's what it was called. Oh. The objection. Oh, poor Hosonaga. He's still beat up. They don't have a jury in the main series. Wait, didn't they have it in the later games? Yeah, the Ace Attorney has a juris system. Later in the games with the Apollo Justice. I like how they're talking. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? Not yet, anyways. Aw, she's glad that her mom's not a corpse. That's cute. I have a person I want to raid because I haven't raided them in a while. Golly. And never mention again, I think. Oh, really? That's dumb. Okay. We're almost, I mean, it's almost done, Scully by so Albert. I know Albert Hairbrain. What a I think I really like Albert Hairbrain because like it shows the softer side of Baroque Van Zieks. Baroque Van Zieks like being kind to Albert the whole time is great. I love their dynamic. It's great. I do like Madame Two Spells. I found her design to be really pretty. I feel like we're almost done, right? We're almost done. Ah, Daily Vigil. Oh, and Peppino. Calls me a Peppino. Everyone, they call me non. I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily. Oh, I like how Evie is. I like how Evie is like. Oh, so supportive. What a lovely. Oh, that's cute. I like I feel bad for Daily Vigil. He's like one of the unfortunate, like, you know. He just got screwed over by male Strongheart. Daily is collateral damage, exactly. Until then, I leave Kadama in your care. Alright. For everyone who's still here, I appreciate y'all being here. I appreciate every new person who's here, and watching the end with me. It was a great time. I did enjoy the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles so much. I can't wait to play the Phoenix Wright series, starting next week. Don't forget, tomorrow's Wednesday, right? I don't think I have anything going on Wednesday, so we'll... Wait, they got the what? A Great Ace Attorney. Whoa. Ah, what a great picture. Hey, look, it's a Daruma? Daruma doll? Oh, look, it's a Waggy. It's little Waggy. They have double end credits for... Oh, they have double end credits for some reason. Well, I mean, I'm glad for that because we get to see the visual stuff, and then if they do this, I can hit the raid button. Right? Oh, it shows the voice actors too. Mark Ota, Bradley Clarkson, Rina Takasaki. Clara Morgan, Ben Deary, Robert Vernon. Peter the Jersey. I think sound production. You just walk past all the characters. Oh, yeah, it seems so. Tokushin's I don't know how much longer this is, so I'm just gonna let it go through, and then at the end we will rate out. Oh look, it's olive green. William Shakespeare. I like this woman. This woman was great. She was a great juror. The best juror I think I've ever had was that lady. Oh look, Waggy's coming with us. Go Waggy, go. I also feel kind of bad for Enoch Drebber. He's also collateral damage. Dr. Scythe had a choice. Gory was kind of funny. I feel bad for Beppo, Hat. Because I like how they show Gossip as well as Daily Vigil, as if they're two separate entities. I feel bad for Beppo. Remember he was the driver for the first British case. Oh, we left behind we left behind Herlock. Oh, look, it's Toby. And Eugene Mikotova. I loved his tap dancing in the detective part. It was great. And Seishiro Jukoku. Dance Funky Boys. Yeah, I know, right? And Male Strongheart. I like how I found that, like, if you looked at his eyes during his like breakdown, his eyes turned like slightly bloodshot, and I was like, bruh, he's actually just gone like full psycho mode. Yeah, it was like I was wondering if I should have mentioned that. I was like, man, dude, this guy is like really off his rocker, man. You know what would make this like even more like, not romantic, but like more sentimental? If the sword that Kazuma is wielding was the sword that Clint Van Zeeks was wielded during the duel against Genshin Asuki. I'd be like, bruh, the biggest bruh moment. I mean, the one that Genshin used. Wait, I could have. I thought the one that Genshin used. Oh yeah, you know what? That's true, because it said in the autopsy report that Genshin that Clint was killed by because we know he didn't use Karuma. Yeah, exactly. He didn't use Karuma. Oh. Yeah, he was killed by a Western style sword. All right, we got the Risen Resolve. Excellent. What a great. I think this looks really great. All right, that is it for today. We'll see you tomorrow for Danganronpa. Wait, no. Actually, no. Tomorrow we have Valorant with Myurna and Audible Rose. But on Thursday, we'll have Danganronpa. Anyways, I hope everyone had a great time watching this. I had a great time playing this. We're gonna raid Scully today. They are one of my closest friends. Right, if you liked what you watched, please give a follow. I appreciate that. And if you are raiding with me, copy that raid message. If you are subscribed, you're allowed to use this raid message instead. I hope everyone has a great day, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. And as always, please remember to take care of yourself. And I will see you all in the next stream.